White and Steve Davis was one of the best matches ever. White, of course, won through narrowly, and over this weekend he takes on Stephen Hendry, the new world #1 now, in the best of 35 frame final. We're going up to the Crucible in Sheffield now for the very start of the match.
And now to the players, and first a young man who 10 years ago made the whole snooker world sit up and take notice, and he's had us on the edge of our seats ever since. A great entertainer and a full value for money player. Nobody could deny this extremely talented player the chance to become world champion. To reach our final, he's defeated Danny Fowler, John Virgo, Terry Griffiths and Steve Davis. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a great pleasure to welcome onto centre stage one of the game's natural talents from London, the whirlwind himself, Jimmy White. And his opponent, a young man of whom Scotland are very proud. 21 years of age, this gifted young Scot with a nerve of steel has shown us time and time again that he has all the class that goes with being a world champion. And what an achievement that will be on top of a fine season he's already had. To get here, he's defeated Elaine Robidoux, Tony Meo, Darren Morgan and John Parrott. Ladies and gentlemen, making his first appearance in a world final, a very talented young man from Scotland, the Wonder Ben himself, Stephen Hendry.
Well, the Wonder Ben and Jimmy White were introduced formally just a moment or so ago. These pictures are now live as we join the first frame with John Spencer and Ted Lowe.
Yes, Desmond, this World Championship has produced some never-to-be-forgotten moments. This final promises a never-to-be-forgotten final. No scores yet. Both boxing, waiting for the other to make a mistake.
And that's the first mistake. Is whether Jimmy can pot the red into the green pocket or not, I don't know, but he can certainly pot this one into the centre off the other red.
The first ball of the final then going to London's Jimmy White, the whirlwind himself. I would almost gamble that you're about to see the fastest final in world snooker you've ever seen.
Six. Seven. $12. 13.
Jimmy White, of course, is hoping to realize a lifetime ambition, that of the title of World Snooker Champion. There's the trophy.
Ball stroke. 13, Jimmy White. 7, Stephen Hendry.
And that's the first bit of bad luck. Jimmy knocking the black in nicely, but unfortunately knocked the red in.
One.
Young Stephen Hendry, of course, is hoping to become the youngest ever world snooker champion. just 21 years of age.
Fine. 6.
There seems to be a lot of young records with these two young stars. Stephen Hendry here was the youngest ever Scottish amateur champion, and he was the youngest professional snooker star at the age of 16.
Fine. 6.
There seems to be a lot of young records with these two young stars. Stephen Hendry here was the youngest ever Scottish amateur champion, and he was the youngest professional snooker star at the age of 16.
Fine. 6.
There seems to be a lot of young records with these two young stars. Stephen Hendry here was the youngest ever Scottish amateur champion, and he was the youngest professional snooker star at the age of 16.
Fine. 6.
There seems to be a lot of young records with these two young stars. Stephen Hendry here was the youngest ever Scottish amateur champion, and he was the youngest professional snooker star at the age of 16.
Fine. 6.
There seems to be a lot of young records with these two young stars. Stephen Hendry here was the youngest ever.
Clean one.
192,000 resting on this final. 120,000 going to the winner. 72,000 to the unfortunate fellow who comes second.
Well, the one thing I am pleased about, Ted, is although we've seen no fireworks yet, both players seem to have settled down. Both look to be cueing pretty good. So it looks as though we're going to be in for a tremendous final.
The Crucible Theatre, Sheffield, once again crowded to suffocation. I don't think Stephen can get through to this red over the pocket. Maybe a little curve on the cue ball will help him. Not sufficient.
One good positional shot here from Jimmy,
1.
and he could virtually have this frame sewn up.
Six.
Stephen looks very cool, calm and collected there. Stephen's first World Snooker final, of course. Jimmy has been there
7.
once before.
And those are the type of shots both these players are so good at.
14.
Such a lovely touch around the blank.
15.
Jimmy won't be happy with that one. Left it short on the blue. So he's going to have to go in and out of baulk to maintain position. Of course, Jimmy's so good at playing with side. Certainly couldn't have played that better. And now 1 point.
21.
That makes the scores level. And as I said, an excellent chance for Jimmy to clinch this first frame.
28. 29. 34. 35.
A problem now to get on that last red.
Yes, this is where Jimmy's got to make his mind up whether to just make sure of the black and play safe or one of his shots. And I think it's all around the table. And what a super shot he hit there. Is he hard enough?
42. Jimmy White, 42.
He's 21 points ahead.
The blue to put him 27 in front, with 27 left on the table.
6.
And looks to have been just hard enough to get through to the yellow.
6, Jimmy White.
He's a lucky fella, John.
Yes, that was a very careless shot from Jimmy. Just had to knock the yellow in to leave Stephen needing snookers. Now he can tie with the 6 colours.
Jimmy can put this one away.
2. Two, Jimmy White. Three.
Stephen, they're electing to pot the green, and now we'll be running the brown down towards the black, I would think, and trying to get the white as close up to that pink as he can. And although he's got the snooker, that's not a very good shot. He needed the white much closer.
Well, I can see a white special coming up here.
Nine. 15.
The first of our 35 frames then closes with Jimmy White putting it on the scoreboard. And what a lovely frame to watch. My co-pilot is always here, John Spencer. John, wasn't it nice to see such respect paid between these two young stars to one another?
Yes, and I think the beauty of this final, where we've had all the pressures and what have you getting at players, I don't think we're going to see as much of that in this final, because they're both such aggressive players. They'll be giving each other enough chances to settle down, and I think we're going to see some very, very entertaining snooker.
And of course both of them are great builders.
That's right, and the last time they met, of course,
Second
in the
frame,
quarter-final,
White to break.
I think it was 2 years ago, was probably the best entertaining snooker we've seen.
Entertaining snooker it will be as we go into the second frame.
One.
Oh, that's unkind.
Yes, he played to go into the pack there, knowing he'd be going toward that left-hand cushion and probably finishing on the black, but badly hampered here, and I doubt if he'll take this on.
Stephen Hendry. 1.
Chance of one into the center here.
One.
Yes, and made that look a lot easier than it was.
Six. 7. $11. $12. $18.
That just might help young Stephen, the pink going onto the black spot.
$19.
May have to go into the back to disturb something here though. And that's a good shot.
25. 26. $32. $33.
Still got a loose red at the top of the pack there. And this is one aspect of Stephen's game. Never frightened of playing balls into the centre pocket. Most players would much rather play into the corner pockets, but Stephen many times elects to play a position for the centre pocket. And like that, he doesn't often miss them.
$45. 13 more. 46.
The first 50 break of the final.
51. $52. $58. $59.
So just the pink to virtually put this frame safe. Already one snooker Jimmy requires.
$65. $66. $72. $72. Stephen Hendry.
start, and of course we'll be back with that in a few minutes' time. Well, Alex Murphy has joined me here for the big rugby league occasion of the afternoon of the World Snooker Championship. So let's go back now to Sheffield. That's the score.
Yes, the score 47-0 is in fact a break that's just been completed by Jimmy of 46, and since that break there's been 2 or 3 safety strokes. As you can see, Jimmy just playing one there.
Well, that safety shot gone a little astray, but these can be missed.
One.
Jimmy just having a good look round, composing himself, sensing that with a 48-point lead, there's a chance of clinching the frame at this visit.
5.
Oh, what a bad one.
5, Jimmy White.
A lead of 52 points then for Jimmy White.
One. Three. Four.
And obviously this pink will pot, so certainly an excellent chance for Stephen to get back into this game.
And John chance, in fact, for him to take it.
We're stunning onto the other red now for the black into the same pocket.
11.
I think a lot here, Ted, will depend whether or not that
18.
right and red of those 3 will be possible into the centre pocket.
19.
If not, of course, he always has the option of screwing it into the reds and splitting them. And that's what he's going to have to do here.
26.
And that looks pretty good to me.
Well, it certainly looks straightforward from here, but quite a bit of work yet for Stephen to do.
$34.
And that's an excellent shot, because that was going to be one of the problem balls when he came to clear the colours. Now he's moved it away from the blue spot. He's going to make it a lot simpler for him.
The last red disappears. 11 points, as you see, between them. This 7 will reduce that to 4.
Probably just has the angle there to stun up the left-hand side of that brown.
Ball stroke. Stephen Hendry, 48. 6. Jimmy White.
Yes, that alters things a bit. 6 points away there. Careless shot by Stephen. 10 points in it now.
So both players made a bad mistake in this frame, but of course they are human. Just the brown now to leave Stephen needing snookers.
9. 14.
So that's the game of snooker. A mistake by both players, but it's Jimmy White who picks up the pieces. And Jimmy White.
Field, where the field lies open now for a brand new vanquisher on day 1 of the 35-frame final in the World Snooker Championship, presented by David Vine.
Gentlemen, can we have 1 or 2 photographs, please? Thank you.
Yes, photographs for the record books at the start this afternoon of the most eagerly awaited final in the history of snooker at the Crucible. And a very good evening to you, a little later than advertised, but the good news is that we'll have our full time of 1 hour and 20 minutes in this first program of this Saturday night. So then, this 1990 Embassy World Championship final, to be played out over 2 days, over 35 frames and 4 sessions, between the 2 most exciting players in snooker, Stephen Hendry of Scotland and Jimmy White of England, both of them looking for their first ever World Championship title. No surprise that it's been fast and furious right from the start. It's the sort of final where if you blink, you miss something important. If you were watching Grandstand on BBC One this afternoon, you'll have seen that the first 4 frames were shared, 2-all. Then it was Hendry. He won frame 5 and he won frame 6. To go ahead 4-2, he'd taken 3 in a row. So that left them 1 more frame of that first session, and we'll join it now with Eddie Charlton and Jack Carnham and Hendry to break.
One. 4. Jimmy White, 4.
Jimmy has a chance of getting to the black off this red. The pink's available also. The way the reds are situated, he's going to have to play a good positional shot now.
1.
And Jimmy very eager to clear that red around the black. Give him access to both pockets.
Eight. 9. 15. 16.
Now I wonder if he'll clear anything here with the black. No. Thought he might have got a little tickle on the red there and just dislodged it, but wasn't to be.
Now he has an angle to move the red. That's cutting the black off to the right side pocket. And now the situation is much clearer for Jimmy working around the black.
31. 32. 39. 40.
Well, it's certainly on into the
47.
centre pocket. It's difficult cueing. He's got to be careful. And the sheer tenacity and determination of Stephen is beginning to pull the best out of Jimmy. So what a final we're going to have.
54. $60. 61.
So that's the frame in Jimmy's favour, and that surely
69.
seals the frame.
Yes, Jimmy can set his
75.
sights on a century break now.
76.
There's only one red that's at this stage is hard to get to, but
Yes, it would be nice, Eddie, to see him just
82.
slow a fraction. He gets so fast and anxious and enthusiastic that he overruns himself. And a big groan, but a splendid frame. So Jimmy pulls one back, and it's 4-3 at the interval.
Jimmy White is in the final after his epic win over Steve Davis. Stephen Hendry had to beat last year's runner-up John Parrott. So into tonight, in the first frame they played, Jimmy White has given away 9 points in fouls. He's ahead, but he's also now given Hendry his chance of his first pot of the night. Eddie Charlton and Ray Edmonds will commentate for us.
One. Six. Seven. Twelve. 13.
Well, that was a great shot with the rest, getting the cue ball across for this red. But it's still not easy. And he's going to run into the reds alongside the black if he takes it on. Considering the one down the side cushion, nearest the cushion there, but that's pretty difficult. I suppose if he hit it sweetly, he could just finish nicely on the black for the middle.
Stephen Hendry, 18.
now Jimmy has a similar shot. And the setup is more in his favour because he's a left-hander. Soft stun shot on the red to the corner would leave a straight pot to the middle pocket. It's the other reds that are a problem. There's nothing there's nothing really on till those reds are opened out.
1.
Decided on using the blue, but he has no angle there now either to do anything with the reds. Well, he's positioned nicely for the red to the corner. Got to be a good one.
7. Well, Jimmy White.
Well, by the normal standards, these two players, 27 points all, and the frame has been going quite a while now by the way they usually play. But the balls haven't been in any kind of good position for break building. And they still aren't.
Much too gentle again with that intended safety from Jimmy. He's going to have to get that cue ball closer to the ball cushion if he's going to make it difficult for Stephen. That type of lead, Stephen will normally keep potting all day long.
Well, I think he might be tempted to have a go at the red past the green to that corner pocket. Well, the black's on, but hasn't got enough angle to move the red.
Thirteen. Stephen Hendry.
Well, that was a fine shot.
Well, now, has Jimmy slipped up? I think Stephen can get past the yellow for this red.
One.
Good shot on the green here could give Stephen the chance of taking this first frame of the evening session.
Very good shot.
Five.
So now a red and a colour required.
13. $20. 22. 25. 29. 34.
The longest frame of the match so far. Only 22 minutes. It just seems to be long the way these two get on with it. But it's Stephen Hendry who makes the most of the best chance in the frame, and he increases his lead to 5 frames to 3.
And Stephen Hendry, remember, is in his first Embassy World Final. Jimmy White's been here before. It was 1984. He lost to Steve Davis in a tremendous match. The next frame is underway. Jimmy White has made a mistake. Look at the red he's left for Hendry.
One. Eight. 9. 16. 17.
Stephen has certainly lost no time in settling down. He's striking the ball beautifully.
$24.
if he can pot it, he hasn't got a lot to spare, and he's not taking any chances.
Touching ball. 24, Stephen Hendry.
Quite noticeable that Stephen Hendry refusing a pot there that was on to play the safety shot. Has a very healthy respect for Jimmy White's abilities, and he'll want to keep the pressure on Jimmy.
Foul stroke, 4, and a miss, Stephen Hendry.
Yes, I'm afraid it was a long way away from making contact with any red.
Jimmy trying to lay the cue ball on the red by the black. More speed in the shot this time.
Foul stroke, 4, Stephen Hendry.
No missed call this time, and I think the influence on the referee there would be that he did strike the white hard enough to reach the red had it been on line. The previous shot, it wouldn't have reached the red. Well, that was a very, very good shot. A real attacking shot.
Seven. $14. $15. $22. $23.
And again, inch
25.
perfect on that shot.
$26.
May have an angle now to... No, he can't go into the pack. Addressing the cue ball low means that he's drawing back for the other single red.
$26.
have an angle now to... No, he can't go into the pack. Addressing the cue ball low means that he's drawing back for the other single red.
And that's a much better pace on the cue ball. Got Stephen in a bit of trouble near that cushion. Well, Jimmy couldn't ask for a much better chance than this. Just needs to get one good positional shot onto the black.
1. Eight. 9. Sixteen. 17. 23. 24. 31. 32.
Well, he's just slightly run out of position. Wanted the cue ball nearly straight on the blue to get on to the last red. It can still do it, but wanting a better shot.
38.
And that was a good shot under pressure. Not the easiest of pots.
42.
Just struck the cue ball a little too hard, and now he has to use the rest. But he's very good with the rest, is Jimmy. He's regained the position.
Another great positional shot from Jimmy. Needs pink and black, but they're there for the taking. And this was a frame that Stephen Hendry looked to have well and truly won. But a great clearance by Jimmy White pulls the frame back. He now trails by one frame at 5 frames to 4. Well, that was careless from Jimmy. After that brilliant recovery to win the last frame, that was the last thing he wanted.
One. None. $16. $17.
Not on the black, but the pink will do.
Stephen Hendry. Thank you, gentlemen.
There's a miss that nobody expected. He was on the pink very nicely. But really, I don't think any shot in the game of snooker is easy. Slightest drop in concentration, and they can be missed.
One. Six. 7.
Just about enough angle on the blue to get the cue ball reasonably close to the reds, but they are rather in each other's way.
Just another inch or so and he'd have been very nicely on the blue. I think in finishing as straight as he has, he'll be having to play the reds from further away than he intended.
Well, Jimmy eyeing up the plant. And again, fractions make so much difference at snooker. Just short on the blue. Stephen can't do anything about it. He made a bad error to let Jimmy in for this.
$24.
May have an angle to take the cue ball into the two reds on the top cushion. You always need just a little bit of luck in how they'll come out, but he can go back for a red in the centre pocket as well.
$31.
Well, he's on the red he intended, back to the corner, but can he see enough of the red?
$31. Jimmy White. Foul stroke, 6, Stephen Hendry.
Yes, Jimmy getting deserved applause there. Len Ganley had thought he touched a red, but Jimmy said no, I hadn't, and nothing would be expected other than that from these two players.
Was another very good shot from Jimmy over that distance. Had to be fine on the red to make the pot. Has the pink straight to the corner. But on this type of shot, the cueing has to be spot on.
Seven. 8. $15. 16.
An angle on the pink now to take the cue ball into those 3 reds on the top cushion. Well,
22.
Not really on any of those reds.
22, Jimmy White.
So that break gave Jimmy a useful 30-point lead, but he should have got the cue ball safer. He's now having to play a good shot.
Ball stroke, 4, Stephen Hendry.
Too much swerve applied to the cue ball. That's another very fine shot from Stephen. He just moved the red and that was all.
Quite remarkable that both these players, as well as being two of the best, if not the best attacking players in the world, are both adept at playing safety, as they proved in their previous matches. But in the main, the safety hasn't been of such high standard tonight. But that one's pretty good, and good shot required from Stephen now.
Must be careful not to cut the red too fine. Ooh, so close to that black. Good shot, however, the way it's ended. Yes, I think Stephen is covered on all reds.
Foul stroke, 4, Jimmy White.
Well, hope to drop behind the red. If he didn't quite reach it and cover the red to the right middle. So a mistake by Jimmy, 30 points in front, has given Stephen Hendry a great chance to pinch this frame.
One.
Well, I'm sure Stephen attempted to put a lot of topspin on the cue ball to hold it for the Reds, but it shot off the cushion right up into baulk.
Ed Stephen Hendry.
And that was a real let off for Jimmy.
Well, I think Stephen's sure to take on this red.
One.
Not too disastrous. He didn't get position onto the next red. So he's still in this frame, 21 points behind.
Good safety. It's no snooker. Stephen can get to thin edge of the red immediately behind the black. But this time he missed the edge.
5, Jimmy White.
And I'm sure he'll have to play again. Yes. Jimmy's asking Stephen to play again. And he's played a good shot. Excellent pot. It wasn't easy, so close to the side rail. He has nice position on the yellow. Deep screw now, right back to the red ball.
Three. Four.
Needs to clear up to win the
7.
frame.
Nine. Twelve.
Just needs to get good position on the blue. So Jimmy White cleared up with a 67 to win the last frame when he looked as if it had been lost. Quick check at the scoreboard to tell Stephen that he needs blue, pink and black.
In playing his position for the pink, he'll try and make a reasonable thick contact onto the pink to allow him to draw the cue ball to the black. A good shot, but having to use the rest, he's got to play another very good shot.
Whatever he did there, he had to make sure of getting the pink. So he lost the last frame when it looked as if he had it won. He had a chance to win this one, so it's Jimmy White who levels the match now at 5 frames apiece.
It's interesting that with Steve Davis having been knocked out in the semi-finals, Stephen Hendry, just by reaching this final, is assured of the #1 spot in snooker's rankings, ending Davis's 7-year reign. And here is Hendry in the next, looking for the first point.
1. Five. Touching ball. 13. Ready? 21. $28. 29.
'Some very tight positional play being played by Stephen at the moment. Didn't have too much spare room to play with. And if he can get full ball contact on the pink this time, split the reds nicely.
$42.
Well, he's got a red to the middle, but missable.
42, Stephen Hendry. One. Eight. No.
So it's blow for blow stuff, this. Stephen Hendry just making one mistake. Jimmy coming to the table, and now
No.
every chance of clearing that deficit.
$16. $17. $24.
Just travelled a little too far for the intended red, but he can get to the blue from this red.
25.
Perfect angle on the blue.
$13. 31. $38. 39.
So just at the point
46.
where Jimmy White was moving into a frame-winning position, it looks as if Jimmy's considering the plant to the middle pocket. And I think that was a very bad choice of shot.
Yes, I think Jimmy's so annoyed at himself at not getting onto the either one of the two reds that he cannoned into.
1.
He was determined to go on with it, and it could prove very, very costly.
$6. 7.
This next positional shot has got to be pretty accurate.
$9.
Never afraid to leave himself a shot with the rest, Stephen. Usually pretty good with it.
10. $15.
Taking every precaution, yellow, green and brown required to virtually be sure of winning this frame.
$17. $20.
It'll be a pretty relieved Stephen Hendry, who goes for his mid-session cup of tea.
29.
He lost the last 2 frames, which he could well have won. And if he'd have lost this one the same way, it would have been a bit earth-shattering, but he hasn't done it, and he's going to the interval, leading by 6 frames to 5.
5 more to play on the first day of this Embassy World Final. Well, in frame 12, White has started badly. He's not getting anything right, and his 4 points have come from a foul. He's yet to pot a ball, and Clive Everton is with John Virgo.
And he's left Stephen again. And Jimmy just looking a little bit impatient. There's a long way to go in this match.
Yes, I can't believe that that dangerous red to the middle was the right shot.
Six. 7.
Stephen playing for the blue in the far right corner pocket will help with position on the next red. And of course that's tremendous confidence when you leave yourself blues like that.
12.
But this boy's full of it.
13. $19. 20.
Just the colour required.
This is BBC Two. Now we rejoin David Vine at the Crucible in Sheffield, where the temperature's rising in the second session of the World Snooker Championship final.
Yes, indeed, it's been hot, quick-fire stuff, all from start to finish on this first day of the Embassy World Professional Snooker Championship, with Stephen Hendry playing Jimmy White. Neither have won the title yet, and they're playing for a total of £120,000 over these 2 days, today and tomorrow, the best of 35 frames. Well, after 13 frames, Stephen Hendry was just 1 up at 7-6, never more than 2 between them in the match so far. We continue. It's frame 14 with John Virgo and Clive Everton, Len Ganley in charge.
Stand alone, please. Eight.
End of break.
8, Stephen Hendry.
Played the plant, hedged his bets with safety, but possibly not enough safety.
What?
Well, can he get through to this red just above the black? The answer's yes. So a good chance for Stephen now. Build up a very useful lead, if not a frame-winning one.
$15. 16. 23. 24.
Sure, he would have liked to have been a little bit straighter on this pink. A bit more work to be done with the cue ball. Well, in actual fact, he played it very, very well. Nice little soft screw.
30.
And still in very good position.
$31. 38. 39.
Cue ball took a kick on impact with that red. It would have bounced further from the side cushion, but for that.
$46. 47.
No easy red, so I'm sure we'll elect to cannon into the cluster off this blue. It's an easy red now, though.
52.
That's not a good shot, though. Didn't bounce far enough back across.
53, Stephen Hendry.
Good break, but will it be enough? The problem is with both these players, if you get one good safety shot, the other fellow seems to leave you a chance. And when Jimmy White's been getting these chances from behind, he's been winning the frame, so Stephen not safe yet.
That's made Hendry safer, though.
Ball stroke, 4 and a miss. Stephen Hendry.
Well, I don't agree with that. I think that's a very bad decision. He did well to judge the angle. Just short of pace.
Ball stroke, 4, Stephen Hendry.
It's certainly the rule which causes most difficulty in interpretation.
One, Stephen Hendry.
Well, White snookered again there. He didn't get out of it, suffering a bit from the miss as well. So frame to Hendry, it was 8-6. 2 more to play. Sit back, enjoy them. Every ball played.
Poor break from Stephen Hendry.
White played that long red as if he expected to get it. Didn't even bother to get the cue ball back for a low value colour. Played for the blue. Although he has got the green as an alternative. It helps that he's one of the best rest players who's ever lived.
4. Fine.
Could be very costly.
One. Ball stroke. 1, Stephen Hendry. 7, Jimmy White.
Well, that was unlucky.
One. Eight. Nine.
Use the pink to stop the cue ball, and it doesn't look too bad. Tremendous snooker this, and apart from the odd mistakes that, well, these two types of players are going to make, I would say both players at the absolute top of the game. They don't want to see it go all the way, but I do.
Me too. They went all the way when they played in the second round here
21.
2 seasons ago, 13-12. It was the match of the season.
30.
So now, as happened so many times, the key to the frame. Pot the black, cannon into the cluster, and hope they come right.
$37, touching ball.
Potted the black, cannon the cluster. They didn't come right.
37, Jimmy White. One. Three.
Well, unlucky again. But with a 51-point lead, don't want to do anything silly.
Three. Jimmy White, touching ball.
Well, I don't know. Maybe Jimmy should have took a chance then and tried to get down in the balk area. Can Stephen put him in trouble?
He'd got three colours with which to obstruct the easy red, or the easiest red still left.
Well, that's a very good pink. That stopped all the balls from potting in that pocket, but Stephen could pot anyway.
Not Hendry's best safety. The red is potable.
Yes, he knows it wasn't a very good shot he played. Can Jimmy get on the black? It must go. This black and one more red. We won't be too disappointed with the position.
Eight.
Just the one red to leave Stephen Hendry needing a snooker.
9. $16. 17. 24. Jimmy White, 24. And the free.
So again, after falling 2 frames behind, Jimmy White has responded. Again, he has narrowed the gap to 1. Stephen Hendry leads by 8 frames to 7.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. 16th final frame of this session. Give me 1, 2 break.
I think I saw just a trace of body movement there as Hendry played that long red. Very unusual, he normally keeps very still.
Well, Jimmy will be disappointed with that. I fully expect him to pot that red.
1.
So Stephen gets a better chance.
Eight. No. $16. $17. $24. $25. $32. $33.
Perfect angle on the black to cannon into the cluster.
$40. $47. $48. $55.
This is the last frame of the day. If Hendry can win it, he will lead by 2 overnight.
56. $63. 64.
Yeah, I've just looked at my watch, Clive. Actual playing time for these 9 frames, 2¼ hours. And in this atmosphere, I bet the spectators are loving this.
71.
They just wish there were more frames.
72. 79. 80.
'And a chance here of the high break.
87.
140 could be beaten.
88.
It would deprive John Parrott of £12,000.
$94. 95.
Got a very bad contact there and has not come too nicely now on the black. He might play for that red in the balk area. He's counting them up. He knows what the highest break is. And yes, there's still enough on. At least the blue off this red. And he can beat the 140 by John Parrott.
Nevertheless, a great end to a great day's play. Stephen Hendry has gone 2 frames in front for the 5th time and leads by 9 frames to 7 overnight.
Standing ovation and well deserved. The first century of the championship, I don't think it'll be the last. So there we have it, day 1. Stephen Hendry leads Jimmy White by 9 frames to 7. 18 is the target. Coverage starts in Sunday Grandstand tomorrow afternoon. And so from now, at the end of a great first day, from all of us to all of you, good night.
to be the ever world champion. And Jimmy White, 28 next Wednesday, and he very nearly became the youngest ever champion back in 1984, only to be beaten by Steve Davis. Let me remind you, it's the best of 35 frames, and Stephen Hendry has got his nose in front after a brilliant snooker yesterday, and very, very fast snooker. 9-7 the current score. Let's go now live to the Crucible Theatre, a great atmosphere building, and the introduction of the players not very far away.
And the two most exciting young players in the game are competing.
Well, in fact, Bob, the announcements are being made right now as you join us here at the Crucible Theatre in Sheffield. As you can see, a packed house. They're still coming in at the moment, although there's just a few moments to go. And there's Alan Hughes just on your picture, who is about to introduce the players. At the end of the table, you'll see that trophy. That's the one that goes together with a cheque for £120,000 to the winner. It's 63 years old, that trophy, and has on it only 13 individual names. So this year we'll see an additional new name put on there, started off by Joe Davis back in 1927, and his name went on there for the first 20 years. A number of players, you've seen the stars. Dennis Taylor go on there beating Steve Davis in 85. And another picture of this fabulous Crucible Theatre here, the home now of the World Championship. And here comes the referees, Len Ganley.
Ladies and gentlemen, now to the players, and first a young man who 10 years ago made the whole snooker world sit up and take notice, and he's had us on the edge of our seats ever since. A great entertainer and a full value for money player, nobody could deny this extremely talented Londoner the chance to become world champion. To reach our final, he's defeated Danny Fowler, John Virgo, Terry Griffiths and Steve Davis. It gives me a real pleasure to welcome into the arena, onto centre stage, one of the game's natural talents, the whirlwind himself, Jimmy White. And his opponent, a young man of whom Scotland must be very proud. 21 years of age, this gifted young Scot with nerves of steel has shown us time and time again that he has all the class that goes with being a world champion. And what an achievement that will be on top of the fine season he's already had. To be here, he's defeated Elaine Robidoux, Tony Meo, Darren Morgan and John Parrott. Ladies and gentlemen, making his first appearance in a world final, a very talented young man from Scotland, the Wonder Man himself, Stephen Hendry. Come on.
So the photographers have taken their pictures. The scene is set. There are 19 frames to go in this fabulous final between two young men. On the left and about to break off, just 21 years of age. From Scotland, Stephen Hendry. His opponent, 27 years of age. He's the old man of the party, Jimmy White. Jimmy at the moment just 2 frames down. Jimmy, of course, hoping to get a lifetime ambition of the world crown, whereas this young man wants to be the youngest ever world snooker champion.
Three.
Four.
Now, there's quite an odd start to a frame of snooker, in fact. He's potted 4 balls to score 6 points. Taken the yellow twice.
Seven. $14. $15. $20. 21.
With me is that well-known and famous Australian snooker star, Eddie Charlton. Eddie, it seems that Stephen has settled down fairly early.
Yes, he certainly has, Ted. Looking very cool, calm and collected as Stephen in this opening frame. He's been putting in practice on the practice tables, of course, but to walk into the match table in a match atmosphere, it's a really good performance. He's unlucky there. He's hit the pack nicely, but they've managed to run away from the cue ball.
Stephen Hendry, 32.
Well, that time Stephen failed to get the cue ball down onto the gold cushion. Nothing easy there, Eddie.
No, I think Jimmy will be concentrating on getting the cue ball nicely back to the ball cushion. The cue ball caught in the jaws of the corner pocket, slowed it down. Finished safe on Stephen. He can only play a safety shot.
Now with those red split, one mistake could be fatal. You probably noticed the sportsmanship between these two young men. Jimmy there applauding that shot from his opponent.
I don't think there's any way Stephen can get through to the red closest to the left corner, so he'll be attempting another safety shot. That's a good shot, there's no damage there. Forcing Jimmy into a similar type shot as both players pry for the opening.
Tried to take one red onto the other, but had safety in mind. Bit of congestion in that pocket now.
Yes, if Stephen could hit the edge of the second red out from the pocket, it would be a simple plant shot, but I'm not sure that he can do that. He's trying the red by the cushion in off the closest red. Perfect.
Six. 7.
Left it a bit awkward. This is Stephen's fifth entry into the World Championship. Got to the quarterfinals in '87, and of course last year made the semi-finals.
Yes, that shot indicates the black will go to the left corner. Soft screw back will have Stephen nicely on the red adjacent to the black. So he's in a very strong position now to take this opening frame of the session. Only 59 points left on the table now. Amazing shots this young man comes out with. Beautiful touch. Jimmy just sipping a glass of water. He's done nothing wrong in this frame.
59. $66.
Well, a fabulous break there of 66. As I said earlier in the frame, once the reds were broken, it was either one as their chance. The first one to get in, it was almost a certainty they would make a break, and it was Stephen who got that lucky break. Lucky break to get in, I mean, not the lucky break itself. It's beautiful 66. Eddie, I'm sure nowhere in the world can you see better snooker than that you've just seen.
Yes, he's playing beautifully, Ted. He's in marvellous touch so early in this afternoon session. And I've always said that I think big snooker matches are won and lost on the mistakes that are made. But a player has still got to capitalise on the mistakes that come his way. And Stephen, that was a classic example, that frame, of doing just that.
So Jimmy White, now 3 frames down, breaks off for our second frame today.
Yes, and once again, that's a very poor break from Jimmy. He's left choice of 2 reds and the cue ball nowhere near the ball cushion. Well, Stevens managed to miss what I thought was a very good opening.
Nothing is easy when you're in the final day's play of the World Snooker Final. £120,000 at stake. And of course, that coveted title. It appears he can get at the right-hand red there. Green pocket, could it be?
Yes, Stephen was just checking to see if the red to the right of the pack would be onto the centre pocket if he missed that red to the corner. It's not on, so Jimmy's forced to keep them safe and try and force Stephen into error. The way the reds are spread already, the first player to get in will do a lot of damage.
Well, Stephen got the cue ball where he wanted, but didn't legislate for the red to come back there.
One. Four. Five. Seven. Eight.
Not the position that Jimmy was looking for. Cue ball hasn't travelled far enough to make the red reasonably straight to the corner, and a safe passage back to the black from the other side of the table. So now Jimmy has got to play into the cluster here and steer the cue ball into position, and of course doing all that he's made a very bad mess. And look at the way these reds are.
One. Eight. Nine. $16. 17. 24. 25. 27. 28.
'And for the first time, he gets himself in a bit of trouble. Don't know whether he can get through to the one straight into the top pocket.
$32. 39. 40.
'An old head on young shoulders, taking his time, playing to perfection.
$47.
Break to 47, and he's 32 points in front.
Playing good position all the time, making the next shot
51.
reasonably easy. Yes, he has a nice angle on the blue to disturb the reds by the pink if he has to. Not sure whether they're on hard to tell from our commentary position. And certainly on for the centre pocket, the way Stephen has played that shot. And he's in perfect position.
Now just requires this colour.
There's an angle now to dislodge the red from the side cushion, if should he wish to. And now all the balls are on.
$71, $72.
All the colours remaining on their spots. The break 77 as he comes to the last 6 balls.
79. $82.
Perfect position again.
86.
And he certainly played this break very, very nicely, and he's now well and truly
91.
on course for the first century break of this session.
97.
Fabulous. So Stephen Hendry then takes the first 2 frames, and what more perfection could you get than a clearance like that of 104? His 4th snooker century of the championship. He's had 103, 117, 106, and now 108. It's quite amazing how this young man continues. Just one opportunity, and like magic, he picks the balls out of the air. Now leading by 4 frames in this final, 11 frames to 7. Eddie, I just really can't say much more in praise of this young man. The way he's performing in this particular final, no nerves whatsoever, it would appear.
No, he's settled down marvellously well, Ted. And of course, Stephen, he's got it all. He's a wonderful long potter. His cue ball control for break building is first class, and he's certainly got a good temperament. Things are going for him, though. Everything that he tries is coming off. He brought the red off the side cushion and position on the colour as well. And that is the sort of thing what needs to happen for Jimmy. Of course, he's got to stop missing balls. He missed a comparatively easy pot to let Stephen get started there, and he can't afford to do that.
And as we go into our 3rd frame, I'm sure Jimmy will be the first one to be ready, willing and able to put these balls into the pockets. He can do just as well, given the opportunity. As Eddie Charlton says, the run of the balls makes so much difference in the game of snooker. They can be kind, they can be unkind.
Classic example of the run of the balls there. Stephen attempting the safety, caught an unintended cannon onto a red, taking the cue ball back to balk, but had it caught the red thick, the cue ball would have stayed at the busy end of the table where the reds are, but it only caught it on the edge and steered up in front of the brown. And it's left Jimmy with another, not only tough shot, a dangerous one.
Ball stroke for Stephen Hendry. Thank you, Jimmy.
Now that is really quite extraordinary. Jimmy fouled there. The referee Len Ganley didn't see it, but Jimmy pointed it out to him, and the referee Len Ganley thanks him for it. What sportsmanship that is. And he's trailing by 4 frames.
Six. Seven.
I think I said just now that that last clearance of Stevens, a magnificent break of 104, was his 4th break. In fact, of course, he'd already made 4, I meant. So, in fact, it was his 5th in the championship.
10.
He wants a good shot now.
Yes, he was attempting the cannon onto the reds to hold for the black, but cue ball just slipped past the reds to the cushion.
10, Stephen Hendry.
And he's keeping the pressure on Jimmy.
Oh, to have that young eyesight.
One, Stephen Hendry.
Yes, you can say that again, Ted. Wasn't only a good pot, it was Stevens' accurate striking onto the cue ball to take it between the reds and the black to get it back to the baulk end of the table. Now the way the reds are positioned, once again Jimmy's in trouble. He's got to try and hit one and keep them safe at the same time. He did well to hit a red, but I think there is a red cuttable to the centre behind the pink.
In case you weren't listening, that's no foul shot. The referee Len Ganley had already given Stephen a touching ball, so he just played it away.
Stephen looking at the possibility of a plant shot here. He knows he can get the cue ball back into baulk. It's a good shot again.
time being, Jimmy having little to go at each time he comes to the table.
Stroke, 4, maybe 1.
He's got something to go at this time.
Difficult pot to the corner. Not easy to get onto a colour either from this position. Had to force down the table for position, and it's cost him the pot. And the balls are on for Stephen again now.
One. Seven.
That snooker mind turning over there.
8.
Yes, that was a very good shot.
15.
Keeping the cue ball beautifully under control.
16. $22. $23. $29. $30. $37. $38.
Doesn't look as if Stephen has the angle on the black to disturb those reds, so he'll take the pink to the centre and finally take advantage of the red that's always been adjacent to the left
44.
corner pocket in baulk.
So for the third frame running,
51.
he's into breaks.
$52.
You may be thinking this is a case of misspent youth. In fact, that's nowhere near the truth. His dad bought him a table when he was 12 years of age. He's been playing ever since.
58. 58. Stephen Hendry.
And Jimmy concedes, far too far behind. Stephen now leading 12 frames to 7, a lead of 5 frames, and a fantastic performance with breaks of 34 and 66 in the first frame, a clearance of 104 in the second, and then again a 58 there. That style of play that is very difficult to play against. Jimmy can only sit in that chair and wait for the balls to turn into his favor. That they will surely do, and he, of course, can perform just as well as Stephen, given that opportunity. At the moment, he's not getting the opportunity, but it will surely come to him. Eddie, what do you think Jimmy's tactics should be at this stage?
Well, he's got to keep them much tighter than he has, Ted. If you keep opening the balls up and your opponent's doing the potting and you can't force errors, you've got to slow your opponent down with some strong safety play. That's a good break from Jimmy this time. He has left a red on, but it's not easy. He has reds to work on himself if he can get in. But there's a shot well judged again by Stephen, so that if he did miss the red, the cue ball was going to be safe. One of Jimmy's problems in a situation like that as well, he's been sitting out so much in the session to date that he really hasn't got his cue arm going. And Stephen in very nice position, and he's on the way again.
Four. $11. 12. $19.
His thoughts at the moment are not worth printing.
$27. 28.
It's another excellent
35.
shot from Stephen. Keeping the cue ball perfectly under control.
$43. 44.
And yet again he passes the half century.
51. $52. $60.
Stephen has an angle in taking the black to split the reds. He's just checking to see if there is a single red still on before he finally goes into the pack.
In fact, Eddie, that's all he wants now is just one single red to make this frame safe. Break goes to 68. He's that much in front, and there's only 67 points left on the table. There's another 7.
75. $76.
Trying to disturb the reds. It was just a try. Jimmy White concedes the first 4 frames going to the young Scottish champion Stephen Hendry, who now leads 13 frames to 7.
We're back to the cruise. Stephen Hendry led Jimmy White by 9 frames to 7. Well, he's been in absolutely outstanding form, taking the first 4 frames of the afternoon. 13-7 it stands now. Let's go back to the Crucible, and Jack Carnham and John Spencer taking over commentary.
Well, thank you, Bob. And my word, what a tournament this has proved to be. In all the years that I've been doing it, and I've done most of them, or in fact all of them at the Crucible, it really is the most exciting. And I think it's because we have these 2 young men, and they are, neither will compromise. They both go for their game, and it's proving to be very exciting. Unfortunately, Jimmy has been, well, not having any run, and the other young lad, Stephen, is really going to town. He's playing like a real good one. I'm sure you'd agree with that, John.
Yes, in actual fact, Jack, you'd hardly missed a ball this afternoon. First 4 frames, I mean, break after break after break.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you welcome back Jimmy White and Stephen Hendry.
Hope you colored your system, gentlemen. 21st frame, Stephen Hendry, you break.
And Stephen, well, this is a thin cut. But at least he's the first one in again. Oh, and what a beautiful shot, and a trifle unlucky.
Yes, tried to hold it with check side for the black. But now, in the mood he's in, may even attempt the blue in the green or just keep it tight, but looks like he's going for the blue. And those, of course, are the shots you go for when you're full of confidence.
10. 11. 18. 19.
'And Stephen got perfect on this red.
26.
And we'll be opening the pack up at the same time as finishing on the black.
27. 34. 34, Stephen Hendry. 4.
Well, a mistake, but now can Jimmy, in his frame of mind, take advantage of this? It's well within his compass.
Yes, and this is the sort of shot that Jimmy needs to knock in to get his confidence back.
And a face that looks slightly tense, to say the least.
One.
So,
8.
another rare mistake from Stephen. But built up a 38-point lead. And keeping the pressure on Jimmy here.
Ball stroke, 4, Stephen Hendry.
Well, and that's a little salt rubbed into the wound. And that's how this game goes. When they're not going for you, it seems that you're really punished. And that must be encouraging now to Jimmy. He's got a nice, straightforward chance here.
Well, of course, this is when they're not going for you. The first easy red that Jimmy's had, and all those colours available, all the other reds are tied up.
One, Jimmy White.
I think that's where Jimmy sometimes slips up. Instead of accepting the situation and putting pressure on his opponent, getting him tight against the ball cushion, he lets him off the hook and finishes up in trouble himself.
Yes, John, there's the old saying in this game, you know, that
Ball stroke,
the
4,
balls never forgive you.
Stephen Hendry.
And Jimmy has, on 2 or 3 occasions, he's taken shots that, well, in my opinion, were a liberty. And I think he's paying the penalty.
And if Steve knocks this into the centre and gets position on the pink,
and this must look like a feast to Jim.
One.
and this is the sort of chance that Jimmy should have been waiting for. This is his opportunity to get his cue arm working, get the confidence going.
Seven.
Nothing better than a nice few simple pots just to get you going.
8. $14. 15. 28. 29.
And that's not the best of shots, but after having a bit of practice, probably knock this one in now.
$35. 36.
'And this could turn out to be one of the most important breaks in Jimmy's life. If he can clear the table here, it gets him back into this match.
43.
And he's looking there for the tiniest of angles to squeeze that cue ball. And he's got it.
So just yellow, green and brown required to give Jimmy his first frame. But more important than that, of course, a lot more confidence.
So well done, Jimmy. Right. He pulls the frame back. 13 frames to 8. And, well, the applause tells you everything there. I think everybody in the hall there hoping that Jimmy will make some sort of revival because, well, they're so even, these two players, and Jimmy delights everybody. He has so much panache in playing this game that there is nobody comparable, really. But having said that, one must say that this young man, Stephen Hendry, certainly is a bit special. And I'm sure, John, that if Jimmy can just pull a couple back, he may inject a little bit of edginess into Stephen, and we may still see a very, very tight match.
Yes, well, that was the important one. Jimmy got in with some easy shots, got his confidence and proved his nerve not gone, went on to clear the table. Taking on the long putt again, but of course feeling more confident this time. It was a long way out with that one. Maybe fortunate for Jimmy here that the pink and black are tied up. I'm sure we'll see Stephen now attempt to break the pack, and as well as bringing the reds out, try to bring one of the high colours into play.
Stephen Hendry.
And this time, a little fortunate for Stephen. Missed the pink. Has left Jimmy a red, but the pin's gone safe on the right-hand cushion there.
One. Six. Seven. Four. 13. $18. 19.
'My word, that was a nasty kick, and they're the sort of things that can send a little stab through your heart when you're playing under these conditions.
Yes, fortunately he's still on a red, but of course makes the position shot a little more difficult.
25.
And now a choice for Jim. Could play position on the red and back down for the blue, or may elect to disturb the black here. Took the chance, and it doesn't look as though it's paid off. Although I must confess, had I been playing the shot, I think I'd have done the same thing.
Well, Stephen acknowledges that that was the last thing he thought about. But, will he try and take advantage or just roll up?
1. Stephen Hendry. Final stroke, 4. Stephen Hendry.
And Stephen looking at this ready into the corner pocket, and if he can get at this, he's right back into this game. Obviously thought he could, but of course Jimmy, having started knocking a few balls in, will have put a bit of pressure back on Stephen.
1. Eight. 9.
Oh, that's a good shot. He gave that all he got.
Yes, played that with a lot of bottom and right hand side to get down there. And now left an angle on the blue. Perhaps to come and try and split these two reds near the black, or could even disturb the one near the left-hand cushion. But again, built a 43-point lead up, so wants to leave the black there, that's for sure.
22.
And with the pink on the side cushion, that's a good lead.
And that's a big one. Oh my goodness, I thought he was going to hit the black there.
Of course, Jimmy just checking the board now, which tells him he just wants the one red to leave Stephen needing snookers. So quite rightly, no position. And now I would suggest he tries to get the blue against the side cushion.
1.
Yes, and suddenly things looking completely different. Jimmy got his cue arm working, his timing's there,
10.
and his confidence has returned.
12. $15. 19. 12 stroke. And friend.
Glenn Ganley says foul stroke. My word with a vengeance, but nevertheless, that was Jimmy White's frame, and it's now 13-9. And again, one can sense the excitement as the audience feel maybe that Jim is making a comeback. And you know, isn't this an amazing game, John? Suddenly, Jim is flowing, and you can see a little bit of tightness coming back into Stephen, as we thought.
Yes, well, of course, in the first 4 frames, Stephen got in early on with a few easy shots, got his confidence, and whereas Jimmy was trying to pot his way into form, attempting long pots that I feel he should have been refusing, and just biding his time and waiting until he got an easy opening to get his cueing going and get that important thing of confidence. And he just didn't get it in the first 4 frames
23rd frame.
until the 5th frame, and everything has changed now.
What a lovely shot, played with such control.
And that virtually proves the point, Jack. Early on he was playing those before he got any confidence whatsoever, and was missing them with a long way.
Yes, the more I watch this game, John, the more I think there's another factor. I don't know who it is, but he gives them a turn each.
Well, there's one thing for sure, there's certainly a lot in the mind in this game.
17. $24. 25.
And now a loose red to go for, but Jimmy, now feeling confident, may elect to go into the pack.
$32.
And looks as though he's been a little unfortunate. But this is the time when he isn't on anything simple. He's got to accept the fact and keep the pressure on Stephen and get that white as near to the baulk cushion as possible.
Yes, I think the red over the left hand middle pocket, John.
More importantly, we're going to try to put more people in our communities, more bobbies on.
And Jim will be happy with that shot. Stephen can screw back to the back cushion, but we'll be spreading the reds. Just electing to roll up to them.
Well, in actual fact, there was a plant into the middle pocket, but that has now been removed by that little touch of Jimmy's. Oh, yes, that's a beauty. Right in the middle.
Yes, and that's the difference confidence makes. No hesitation at all there. As soon as he saw the shot on, got down.
4.
Well, could have done with a little more pace in that, but
11.
this is a tricky one. Yes, one can sense his disappointment.
Well.
Jimmy just checking to see those two reds on the right, if it's a plant into this right-hand corner pocket. We'll soon see how he plays the black. Obviously he doesn't think they are. But still got a red into the left-hand corner.
And that's just about perfect. And the economy of action with this fellow is quite astounding.
Well, that's the thing, I think, with both players, Jack. Neither player ever appears to hit the ball hard. They've both got this wonderful gift of timing.
25.
It's beginning to look more and more like the first part of the session in reverse. Stephen just not had a chance yet.
Jimmy White, 31.
So still enough on for Stephen to pinch this frame. 63-point lead.
Oh, what a shot.
No. $16. $17.
Well, this is a very important frame. In terms of one-upmanship here, it restores the lead, which makes Stephen feel maybe reasonably safe.
25.
But more important, of course, he's got himself back into queuing. With the position of the balls here, every chance of pinching this frame. But of course, this stage in the World Final,
31.
every pot's a pressure pot.
32. 39.
Colours on this pot.
Yes, and perfect on the red, just to leave a nice angle on the blue to go down for the yellow.
40. 45. 47. 50.
This is a splendid effort, and one must have great admiration for Stephen.
54.
And he will be thinking of that middle pocket red. He missed and Stephen got it.
59.
And 21 years of age, and he's playing like a veteran and playing beautifully.
65.
So, a tremendous frame there, and Jimmy must be feeling, well, that one really got away. But full credit must go to young Stephen Hendry. That was a magnificent effort after having sat out for 2 or 3 frames, hardly potting a ball. John, he's quite a remarkable young man, isn't he?
Yes, as I said, the balls were set nicely, but you've got to have a terrific temperament to clear them as he did there. The first red was certainly the key one. I mean, that wasn't easy. But after that, he just never got in trouble whatsoever. But I think the turning point was Jimmy playing the red into the centre. I think he should have played it so that had he potted it, the white would have been tight against his back cushion, and then he could have just played a safety shot. And if he missed it, it left nothing.
th frame, final frame of this afternoon session. Jimmy White keeper. Eight. 9. 16. 17.
And nudged another one out.
24. 25. 25.
My word, that one scratched the sides as it went.
32.
Yes, Jimmy wanted to get rid of this red here, though, causing him problems with the positional shots.
33.
And
the snooker in this final.
14 points.
Two players with immense talent and both getting the opportunity to show it.
yes, so much is said about pressure at this game. But it is difficult to think of another sport that has such a requires such a delicate touch and has no physical release. This game, that's the problem. Every other sport you can run, jump, shout, do what you like, but at this game you've got to be like a fairy when you're playing.
There we see another tremendous shot from Jimmy, but very little chance to open the pack, having to screw back like that. And again, needs to get down to the bulk end of the table, as near that bulk cushion as possible. And that's not the best of shots from Jimmy. But now Jimmy's going to find himself down the bulk end of the table, with Stephen dictating the play. I'm sure that was a fluke.
One. Foul stroke. 4.
Well, he didn't find the side there. That side on the cue ball, of course.
Jimmy can get into the reds here and get a decent, well, he will get a decent split. They're so loosely packed. Just got to pot the black. And even Jimmy can't believe that. Didn't look possible there not to finish on a red.
He swings a wicked hip, John. He doesn't often ponder like this, but I'm glad to see him do it.
8. Jimmy 1.
And that's the thing he should do. Keep Stephen as near that bolt cushion as possible. 64 points in front again.
And that was a long way out. He really went for the pot there. And, well, by a big margin. And that surely gives Jimmy the frame.
Yes, but I wouldn't have said Stephen was wrong there. Decided he was in trouble. Put all his eggs in one basket and thought, have a chance to knock it in. Let's have a go. But now 72 points behind. 67 on the table. 59 now on the table, so 14-10.
16. $23. $24.
Well, I'm sure that one factor that Jimmy has played and pulled himself out of that bad spell will be the redeeming feature for Jimmy at this stage.
31.
At least he's touching them nicely, so anything can happen, and I'm sure it's going to be a thriller.
$38. 39. $45.
My word, he got hold of that one.
45.
And Stephen offers his hand, says thank you very much indeed, and what a wonderful session. And Jimmy makes the score 14-10 in favour of Stephen Hendry.
Well, that's a terrific comeback by Jimmy White, and it's all set up for a fine final session tonight. Coverage of that session begins on BBC Two at 7:45. Well, Well, it's certainly not curtains for Jimmy White. He's come back well this afternoon after losing the first 4 frames. At the moment, he trails 14-10 the final session tonight.
Hello, and as you can see tonight, we're right here in the middle of it, in the middle of this Crucible Theatre in Sheffield, which over the years has seen so many of the great moments in snooker. And I think tonight we're going to see a few more. The final session of this year's Embassy Professional Snooker Championship of the World to be played out between the 2 most exciting players in the game. And to be quite honest, what they've done so far since it started yesterday afternoon has already made it the most entertaining final ever. A maximum of 11 frames will be played here tonight as you at home sit down and settle down. Let me tell you, you're going to watch it right to the very end, and that is guaranteed. So let me introduce you to the personalities. First of all, the man who must be obeyed, international referee Len Ganley. There'll be no warnings for slow play tonight. And from London, a man who's come so close before, and he's very close again now. To get here, he had to beat Steve Davis. Jimmy White. And from Scotland, trying to become the youngest ever champion. To get here, he had to beat last year's runner-up John Parrott, Stephen Hendry. So there we are, the scene is set. To you in the Crucible, welcome. To you at home, with Stephen Hendry leading by 14 frames to 10, 18 the target. With commentators John Virgo and Ray Edmonds. Enjoy it.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. 25th frame, Stephen Hendry to break.
So Jimmy White is going to have to be ultra careful in these early frames this evening.
First blood to Jimmy White. And he needs a good start. 4 frames adrift. This first frame, very, very important.
Well, no easy red
6.
available for Jimmy there to get position onto. And he's a little unlucky. Opened the reds nicely, but no easy red available.
Jimmy White.
Very good pot.
No. 16.
In a perfect position for Stephen. Of course, once again, as was happening this afternoon, he didn't have to do anything to get this opportunity. It was another loose safety shot from Jimmy White.
$24. $25. $30.
Not quite as easy as it should have been, but still on.
31. $33.
Well, the cue ball not as far down the table as we would like, but still well on for Stephen this.
34.
And apart from the red on the left-hand side of the table, doesn't seem to be much more available. He's just having a look if one's available into the left centre.
Well, obviously he believes the red in the middle there will go between the pink and the other red.
42. $49. $50.
Well, I thought, John, that we might see a few edgy signs from Stephen as he got closer to the finishing line, but he's looking pretty strong.
$57.
Well, that looks to be the end of break. But as you say, what a good, strong, confident break it was. Jimmy White's going to have to play very well to get back in this match. Well, I'm afraid that with someone of the potting ability and break ability of Stephen Hendry, that safety is just not good enough.
1.
So 59 points the lead. Just a red would leave Jimmy needing a snooker.
No. $16. 17. 24. 25. 32. 33. 40. 40 and the frame.
So it hasn't taken Stephen Hendry long to get off the mark. He takes the first frame of the evening very easily and leads 15 frames to 10. And Stephen looking as cool as a cucumber. This probably the biggest night of his young life, and he looks as if he's enjoying it. You know, John, I don't know really what Jimmy's got to do. We keep saying he's got to play well, but he's making a few errors.
Well, the first thing Jimmy's got to do is try and find the baulk cushion. Unless he finds the baulk cushion, he's always going to leave a long pot for Stephen Hendry. And Stephen Hendry must be one of the best long potters in the game. And Stephen isn't really being put under any pressure. Every time he seems to go to the table, there's some chance of a pot. Whereas if Jimmy was finding that baulk cushion, things might be a little bit more difficult.
Well, Jimmy impatient to get on with it. But he's just got to curb that
26
impatience
frame. Jimmy White, 2 break.
and put a bit of pressure on Stephen. Well, the red behind the blacks, half a chance, but it's not the kind of shot that is easy when you're under pressure. But Jimmy's hit that one well.
Well, that doesn't look too bad. He's got a nice red into the left centre pocket, and the rest of the cluster is pretty loose.
No. $16. 17.
'Well, he would have been unlucky not to have been on the red there. And
22.
for a moment I didn't think he was, but this one's well on.
23. 28. 29. 30. 31.
Just overrun a little bit, but they're always tough shots then. And remember the pressure that's involved. Just having a look if there's red available in the right corner pocket. If so, it looks like the yellow would be the ball to run the cue ball down the left-hand side of the table.
Just hit that one a little too sweetly. Come back an inch too far to have a nice angle on the blue. Normally Jimmy would get down and crash the brown in and come round 2 cushions. But the situation is a little bit tense for him at the moment.
Jimmy White, 40.
Very useful break though. Didn't get many chances in the first frame.
Thought the pot was in, but he's got a good weight with the cue ball, and he'll be very pleased chalking his cue now. He could fully expect to get an opportunity here. I don't think he's playing to hit that red. Something flying about the arena, I think. Or whatever it is. They've got rid of it now, and that's experience from Stephen to walk away and come back and concentrate. But having said that, that wasn't a very experienced shot.
One. Eight. 9.
Now good position on the next red off this black, and the frame should be Jimmy's.
$16.
Yes, 57 in front, so the black and one more red should virtually win the frame for Jimmy. But if he's really going to get back into this match, he's got to string 2 or 3 frames together like this.
25. $32.
Well, Jimmy looks as though he's going to win this frame with 2 scoring visits.
40.
And it's noticeable that those 2 visits have come from the cue ball being tight near the baulk cushion. So as far as Jimmy's concerned, this was a perfect frame. Good safety when he couldn't pot, and when he got the chance, scored.
48. $54. 55.
It'll do Jimmy's confidence good if he can
60.
mop up the colours from this position. Keep Stephen Hendry sitting in the chair. Jimmy's highest break in the match so far, 82, so a nice time to improve it. Brilliant break from Jimmy White, and that's another one pulled back for him. But I'm sure the crowd tonight have come here to watch Jimmy White make a comeback, and that may be the start of it. Stephen was completely frozen off the table that frame, but of course we've seen throughout this championship that he can react to circumstances. So, you know, John, again, we keep saying it, but he really is a mature young man.
Yes, right. Well, I think David Vine, when he introduced them, said the most exciting players in the game, and they are great players. And of course, they're allowing one another to play, but Jimmy didn't that frame. And, well, we say Jimmy's got to play well to get back in. He is playing well, and so is Stephen. I think it all depends who makes the mistakes on the safety, because these two are certainly punishing each other.
Yes, well, I think Stephen believes that it's his destiny to win the World Championship. He desperately wants to be the youngest ever. And the way things are going, he's looking pretty promising, but I'm sure Jimmy will have other ideas. 18 frames required, so Stephen wanting 3 more. So Jimmy back from a couple of minutes relief, and Stephen Hendry to break off in the next frame. Well, as John Virgo said, Jimmy has got to get the cue ball back to the baulk area to put a bit of pressure on Stephen Hendry. And that wasn't a very good shot at all.
One.
7. 8. 15. 16.
Well, I think he can just get to the pink, but this certainly isn't an easy putt. And Stephen not even thinking about it. Good safety shot.
16, Stephen Hendry.
Could put Jimmy White in a bit of trouble.
Well, to be fair, Jimmy was more or less forced into that. Couldn't see a safety. Went all out for the pot. Could cost him the frame, though. And Stephen noticeably has slowed his pace down around the table. I've seen him play an awful lot this year, winning in the tournament 13. We had in Dubai and the one we had in Bangkok, and he just seems to be able to raise a gear when it gets near the end of a match.
Well, as you see, 2 reds available there. Still a loose red over the far corner pocket, so quite a few more points for Stephen from this. Well, he may decide to disturb the cluster here. That red should still be available over the far corner pocket. And that looks to come out just about perfect. Already 53 points in front. You wouldn't expect any mistakes here. Now the red over the corner, left there as insurance, should he get into trouble. Available for Stephen to continue the break.
44.
Oh, just the red required to leave Jimmy needing snookers.
47.
And that's Stephen Hendry's 11th break over 50 in this match, which is pretty heavy scoring.
Yes, I suppose it's a commentator's job to go on about players' mistakes and why somebody got in, but when both players have got in this match, you couldn't fault anything they've done when they've been in the balls. It's been a delight to watch.
$67. 68. 75. 76.
'It really is just like shelling peas for this young man.
83.
First frame took 9 minutes, the second 10 minutes. This one so far just over 8. So they're not wasting a lot of time.
95. 100.
So Stephen Hendry, with his 3rd century of this match, goes back into a 5-frame lead. And I think Stephen is really looking unstoppable. Quite honestly, I don't think I've seen anyone other than Steve Davis at his very best score quite like this. And it's a year or two since Steve Davis scored quite as fast as this young man is doing. You keep saying that Jimmy's got to improve his safety, John, but where is he going to put the cue ball?
Yes, well, as you say, it's very difficult to keep someone like Stephen Hendry safe. But just let's talk about the merits of the two players. Jimmy White is a tremendous break builder. Unfortunately, I don't feel as though he's giving himself a chance to play well. He's making it a bit too easy for Stephen. But if he does get the chance, Stephen knows that Jimmy can come back at him. It's not over yet.
28th frame. Jimmy White, 2 break.
So this the frame before the mid-session interval. Stephen Hendry still wanting 2 frames of victory. And Jimmy White needing 7. And that's quite a tall order.
Well, Stephen's been a little bit fortunate there, covered the red over the left middle pocket, and it's making life very difficult for Jimmy to get this safe. And he'll be well pleased with that. That was a very good shot.
Well, it looks as if Stephen is considering putting the cue ball down near the baulk pocket. Got a good chance of getting behind the green and brown and covering the path to that red. Well, it was a very difficult shot. Delicate swerve.
One. Eight. 9. 16. 17.
Probably into the pack this time.
24. 25.
'Ooh, that one nearly got away. And there's a
30.
fair amount of tension showing in Stephen's face, but it's as yet not coming out in the cue action.
31.
But that one's gone astray.
Stephen Hendry.
Well, Stephen Hendry apparently choosing just the right moment to turn the screw. A couple of shots ago, really playing a good safety shot and following with another one.
One.
Yes, 32-point lead now. Needs a good positional shot off the brown. It's not that straightforward. Well, he stayed a little bit close to the side cushion than he would have liked. I don't think the black is on, so there's hope for Jimmy yet.
6. Stephen Henry. Ball stroke, 4, Stephen Henry.
Well, again, Stephen refusing a couple of half chances on the red. And so often do we see that happen. The fella who's struggling gets the wrong bumps on the middle pocket and what have you, and the guy who's in front, all the nudges seem to go his way.
Good safety shot from Stephen. There's 2 balls in the middle of the 6. The 2 together might possibly be a plant into this right corner pocket. Not far off. Well, Jimmy didn't fancy them. And that's not too bad. He's got past the baulk line.
Pretty good shot from Jimmy. Got the cue ball pretty awkward this time. And there doesn't seem to be any easy way to get the cue ball back, so I think he'll probably have a go at this red to the left corner. And now, can Jimmy punish Stephen Hendry for that? Miss? Wasn't really an error, had to have a go at it.
1.
Very big moments these for Jimmy White, and it's nice to see that he's walking around the table and looking at all the options. Stephen's made a mistake, and of course anxiety will be creeping in with both players. But you've just got to keep your nerve.
Six.
I think he's still got one red to the left corner, not the straight one that he would have liked, but should still knock this one in.
Seven.
But certainly this capacity audience thoroughly enjoying the snooker, but would desperately like to see Jimmy make a comeback.
More choice of reds, and this is certainly the easier. Because believe me, nothing will look easy to Jimmy. He's got to give it 110% concentration every shot.
$19. 20. $27. $28.
Well, Jimmy had a look, see where the pink would go. It doesn't look as though it's spot, so those two reds are nicely in the open. Pink spot not available. Highest available spot looks to me to be the green spot.
34. 35.
So that takes him into the lead. And in normal circumstances, one would expect Jimmy to win the frame from here, but things are anything but normal in the World Final.
43.
Now he needs an angle on the blue. That's what he played for. Has he got it? It's important to get good position on this last red. If he does, it'll be plain sailing.
Rainbow.
He's playing the green. But he's got the position. Green spot not available because of the pink, so the highest available is the pink spot.
47.
Oh, and that's gone wrong. Just 6 points the lead. He hangs his head.
If he can get through to pot the yellow, I think Jimmy will take it on. But looks pretty tight. He's done all the hard work to get back into this frame, so yeah, the trickle up behind the brown, I think. Well, that was one of the most courageous shots that
51.
Jimmy is ever likely to play, and it's tragic if he can't get through to the yellow.
Jimmy White.
So moments of high drama at the moment, and Jimmy wonders what went wrong that time.
Well, he was snooking enough on the yellow that Stephen couldn't get good position, so there's still a hope for Jimmy. This will be a good shot to pot the green and get position on the brown.
Thank you, gentlemen.
So nerves starting to show a little with Stephen Hendry. And why not?
7.
He's within 2 frames of the World Championship, but Jimmy White only needs the blue here to pull another one back. So Jimmy White doesn't lie down. He reduces the deficit once more, and at the mid-session interval he trails by 16 frames to 12.
think Jimmy White is quite sure, though, what the pattern of frames are tonight. There are, of course, a maximum of 11 frames. And my goodness, that was the big one. Can his mind be on anything? What he's had to do? But he has been told by Dan Ganley that it is the interval. What time do we come back? The answer will be about 15 minutes or so. And carry on with the score at 16 to Hendry, 12 to Jimmy White. My goodness, Willie Thorne's here sitting with me. We can't get a seat in the house, it's too packed. But that last frame, that was, well, they've all been important.
Well,
but that was
the whole standard of the match, there's been a 40-plus break in every single frame. I mean, it's just purely on the safety play, and that's the only reason Jim is the 4 frames behind. He's just not matching Stephen with the safety play. The standards is absolutely outstanding.
Can you remember a match where the continual potting has just kept going from each player like that,
well,
especially Hendry?
Everybody, you know, behind stage, all the players, when they talk to themselves, they say, well, look, if I can manage to get a 40 break every frame, I would be world champion, and that's exactly what's happening. I mean, Jimmy White, apart from his safety, is playing superb, and he must wonder exactly what he must do, and John and Ray picked it out very well in the commentary. It's just purely the safety that's the difference between the two players.
Yeah, that was the point, because you were sitting with me watching the last frame, and you said, oh, don't go for the pot, don't go for the pot, and you went for the brown.
Well, I don't know quite the value in the brown that he played. I mean, it's a shot that he would probably only get 7 out of 10. And if he gets it, he's then got to get position on the yellow. And with the green being on the pink spot, everything was difficult. I mean, for me, Tiddle up behind the brown, and Hendry was in trouble, but he decided to take it on, potted it, and then give Hendry half a chance, and Hendry just missed the one shot, the green in the middle pocket. Frame over.
But throughout the match, there's been a number of occasions when Jimmy has gone for a ball on a break and hasn't got it quite right, but then insists on going for the same shot when not changing direction.
Well, in saying that, both players are like that, aren't they? They're both impetuous. They both want to, when they've got on the you know, the balls in the right position, they want to go for game, and that's why the standard's been so high. There's been a 40-plus break all the time because they're not holding back. They're not thinking, well, I'm not quite on it. I'll play safe. They're going for the throat every time, and I just can't believe the standard. It's remarkable.
Very much a mental game. I'm just wondering what effect it's had on them, the way they've got to this particular final. There is a contrast, in fact, because if you take a look at the way Stephen Hendry's got here, I mean, he had a very tough one against Alan Robidoux. We thought there was going to be a problem for him. Tony Meal, with respect, wasn't too much. Neither was Darren Morgan. And John Parrott, I mean, last year's run-up was obviously quite a match. But if you take a look at Jimmy White, I'm just wondering, with all those matches there, but what about the effect of beating Steve Davis here? He's never done it before. The peak of his career, so he's got to build again.
It's always difficult when you've beaten somebody like Steve to go out in it, albeit the final this time, and do, you know, playing another match. But Jimmy has said in his press conference, it wouldn't mean anything to me beating Steve Davis if I don't go on to win the final. And obviously, you know, he's playing tremendous snooker. I mean, against anybody else, he would be probably, you know, 4 frames in front, not 4 frames behind. He's played the 2 best players at the moment in the world, and he's played top snooker. And how he's behind, he must be wondering what he's got to do. It's just purely the safety.
Well, he's got to sort it out, because what is he now? At 16-12, 18 the target. There, in the moment, the dressing room with the interval, and of course he'll be back, and we'll be here with it live. But quite a few changes, certainly this year, in the championship. The main one is that Steve Davis is not in the final. And as Willie Thorne knows, there have been quite a few changes over the years in the people who play this game of snooker.
One.
Nicely on the black.
Eight. Nine. $16. $17.
John not able to hold the cue ball onto the black that time. Found the gap, between the reds very nicely to go down for the blue, but just the wrong side.
$22. $23.
Well, this, the highest break of the morning's play so far. Previous highest was 27, so it shows how scrappy and tactical a battle it's been.
$31. $36. $37. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Quiet, please. $42. $43. Would you mind? Thank you very much. Go away. $50.
He didn't let it pull him off, whatever the distraction was. That was a tremendous shot. And
58.
there might be a chance of a very high break here.
59.
Nice angle on the black. Could take the opportunity to cannon into that cluster behind the pink. He'd be unlucky not to be on a red.
$66. $67. $74. $75.
So already the frame won. So just one good shot and the high break in the tournament could be at risk. And that couldn't have come out better.
82.
blacks with these remaining reds. Possible 141.
$90. 91.
Steve James, of course, holds the highest break of the tournament so far at 135. Says an awful lot for John Parrott's character, though, having been in, as I say, a very tactical battle.
99.
Suddenly come out and play snooker like this.
There's the 100. He won't be able to get the black off this red, but any colour should see him past that 135. Good pot.
Didn't want the contact on the blue. A little more difficult now, using the rest.
Just having a laugh there. He's having to just get the cube past, and John Street is sitting on his shoulder. Dare I say it, like a parrot. I fancy him now, Ray.
Yes, I think the only thing that put him off is the thought of the possible £12,000 prize for the highest break, John. As long as he doesn't think about that.
122. $127.
Came a little straight on the blue. This pink is more difficult than he would have liked.
So John Parrott, realising he was number 2 in the world, he still is. Before this tournament finishes, he finishes this session 8 frames to 4 in front with a magnificent clearance.
Still there in line for 12,000. Incidentally, I might have misled you just now. Stephen Hendry's breaks are going so fast and furious, I can't count them. His best is still 117 against Tony Mio. He's had 2 108s in this final, and you saw one just a few moments ago, and 104. So there it is, John Parrott still smiling if he gets that £12,000. Players will be coming back in a moment or two to resume for this final session of the Embassy Championship of the World. It's 16-12 to Hendry. They'll be coming through the curtains. This was also behind the curtains this year. Jimmy White to see who's going to become the new champion of the world. And I can tell you somebody with a couple of prime seats there. There they are. And that lady on the left has been smiling ever since she got here. That's Mr. and Mrs. David Stokes. There she goes again. From West Midlands, that's our winners of this year's shot of the championship. The card that was picked out from over 130,000. No, she said, Jimmy's not going to lose. Great Jimmy White fans they are. And they're having the time of their lives. And that's the first time, Mrs. Stokes says, she's been in a hotel. They're staying here as our guests. Look at them. Wonderful for them. Great winners. Shot of the championship. Enter next year. You'll have a good time as well. John Virgo's just come down from commentating on the first session. He's been in a few hotels in his life, I can tell you. But
yep.
Tremendous first session, John.
It was great, and I mean, I just hope that it goes the distance, you know, because they both played great, and it's just unfortunate that Jimmy's made too many errors on the safety. But
unfortunate only because you want the match to go on, really.
Yeah, I think, well, I want it to be a classic final. It's classic snooker, you know, and I'd like it to live in people's memories, which I feel as though it might not do if Stephen was to run away with it. I'm being selfish.
Yeah. But if entertainment is the name of the game, we're getting it this time.
Oh, yeah, and it's great for the game of snooker, which is important to me, important to Willie, because that's how we earn our living, and these two lads are doing a great job for the game.
OK, then, stay here with us. John and Willie are staying with me, and here they come. Tremendous match since it started here yesterday. At the end of yesterday, there'd never been more than 2 frames in them. This morning, Jimmy didn't have, well, this afternoon, not the best session by any means. Lost a couple, he perhaps might have won. And Len Ganley making sure that all the excited people here are settling down, because, my goodness, you need every bit of concentration out there. Stephen Hendry to break off, leading 16-12, needs 2 more, and Eddie Charlton and Clive Everton are our commentators.
2 more frames needed by Stephen Hendry to become the youngest ever champion. 6 more needed by Jimmy White to repair a gap in a distinguished career record. Again, though, White's been trapped into a mistake with his safety.
One. Eight. Nine.
A very unexpected sign of frailty. Straightforward black off the spot eludes him.
One. Six. Seven.
Not really on pink or blue.
Could pot either pink or blue, of course, but not on them as well as he would like.
$13. 14.
Jimmy will take the pink to the centre. Just sorting out the red that he's going to take next. He'd dearly like to get the black back onto its spot.
20. 21. 27.
Took the cue ball just a fraction too far. But if Jimmy can make this red to the corner, he'll have choice of black or pink. Going low though, he may be going back for the pink again.
27. Jimmy White.
Seldom you see Jimmy White miss a shot like that with the rest.
One. Eight. Nine.
Stephen has an angle now to take the cue ball into those reds.
$15.
The red is cuttable to the corner, but you'll need to be careful with this shot. It's a touchy one.
Two straight on the black.
$22. 23.
Jimmy White can see himself running out of frames.
$31.
May have to take the cue ball into the three reds that's forming the little triangle there too. As the red to the centre.
38.
And he's going for the plant shot.
Two more reds, two more colours, and White will need snookers.
46. 52. $53. $60.
Referee Ganley dealing with an interloper of the insect variety.
$67. $69. $72. $76. $81.
Another superb frame-winning break of 81 extends Stephen Hendry's lead to 17-12, which is 5 up with 6 to play. So now he knows he's only got to gather himself for one final spurt to the line to become the youngest ever champion, the first Scot to win this title since Walter Donaldson won the second of his world titles 40 years ago. And it's absolutely marvellous to see play of this standard. The finest championship we've ever had here at the Crucible since it came here in 1977, and a great conclusion. Jimmy White sitting there patiently in his chair. Something prodigious required from him.
30th frame. Jimmy White to break.
White struggling against some despair in his mind. But just for once, a let-off from Hendry.
Further trouble for Jimmy. He's got a real task ahead of him now to keep them safe. He did well to hit the red, but this one is on. It's not easy, but it is on.
One. Eight. Nine. $16. $17. $22.
Stephen may attempt the gentle cannon onto the second red now to hold for the black.
23.
And it's a good shot because it has now cleared the black for both corner pockets, making positional play easier. That's not such a good one though.
30. Stephen Hendry.
It's difficult to knock those long ones in when you've been kept in your chair for such long periods as White has today.
One. Eight.
Another very good shot from Stephen. Using the second red to cannon onto the black.
$16. $17. $24. $25.
And this break is starting to look very likely to be the killing thrust.
32.
Yes, there's only
33.
one red that's safe, and Stephen, it appears, is not going to need that red.
Only 67 on the table now, and Hendry is 71 in front.
Yes, and that was the ball that Stephen needed.
46.
Very calm, very cool, playing beautifully.
$53. 54.
Jimmy White has lost in 3 semi-finals. Now he's lost in 2 finals.
61. $68.
Tried to develop the red from the side cushion.
69.
But the other one went anyway.
$71.
And with that break of 71, Stephen Hendry brings a great championship to an end. He has beaten Jimmy White by 18 frames to 12 to become the youngest ever champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, a tremendous round of your appreciation please for both players, Jimmy White and Stephen Hendry. Jimmy, thank you, in the middle. Where you are, Jim.
As you are, Jim.